closer pixels get larger, while more distant pixels get smaller. This doesn't happen in Doom, because accounting for perspective is taxing on 90s computers. You know how the game only draws things in columns to save processing time? They'd have had to do vertical scans as well as horizontal scans. Newer ports of Doom with newer rendering engines made for new hardware like GZ Doom obviously don't have this limitation. As such, they use more current texture mapping and don't have this issue. But all of these concessions weren't enough. John Carmack's coding brilliance met its most devious enemy yet, stairs. John Romero came out with a really way out strange idea on his early incarnation of E1M2. Yes, he wanted to mix things up with the earth-shattering invention of stairs. You see, just raycasting alone wasn't enough to efficiently optimize the game. Raycasting saves memory by only rendering things which are visible to the player. However, surfaces on the inside of these stairs were visible to the existing algorithm. Thus, they were drawn when they shouldn't have been. You see, for 3D rendering to not waste performance, they need to draw as few surfaces, as few planes as possible. This necessitates occlusion culling, or visible surface determination, or backface culling. Basically, the renderer should only draw what is in the player's field of view. There needs to be absolutely no overdraw whatsoever. Adding height as a variable, such as with Romero's stairs, requires a much more
In 1996, the person behind these photos, at just 19 years old, changed photography for an entire generation of people, and without really meaning to, helped ignite a movement that critics would spend years just trying to define. This is the story of how that happened. This is the story of Hero Mix. Japan has a long history of photography, and women have always been an important part of that history. However, up until the 1990s, women appeared in the art form as the subject far more often than as the artist. As a result, ideas of what it meant to be a young woman in Japan were most often framed through images made about women rather than by them. And this imbalance wasn't accidental. Japanese society, like many others, historically placed women within private and domestic roles, while the more public and professional side of things, including photography, were more accessible to men. Photography, therefore, frequently became the place where male ideas of femininity and youth were projected, while women's own perspectives struggled to find the same visibility or legitimacy. This, combined with serious gatekeeping by galleries and publications, meant that for decades, Japanese women's photographic voices remained almost entirely invisible. We would eventually start to see a shift in these perceptions in the 1990s. The rise of these public photo booths called Purikura, unaffordable point-and-shoot cameras, meant that photography left studios and galleries and started living in pockets and bedrooms. But access alone doesn't change culture. What mattered was what people chose to do with it. And in one case, a teenage girl took that new freedom seriously enough to turn it into something lasting. That girl was called Hiromi Toshikawa, better known today as Hero Mix. Hero Mix is a photographer who was born in 1976 in the Tokyo suburb of Suginami. When she was 19, she was nominated for Canon's New Cosmos of Photography Award, a cultural support project designed to showcase aspiring young photographers. Hero Mix entered a 36-page photo book titled 17 Girl Days. The entry itself was a collection of images exploring the everyday life of a Japanese teenager. They're photographed with a closeness that feels almost like someone thinking out loud with a camera. In regards to the competition, Hiramix made this statement. The daily life of a 17-year-old high school student is full of danger. Radical days, passing days, a sadly pitiful world. Why is love painful? Rock is my life. I'm scared that I'm getting closer to becoming an adult. I live, reflecting upon myself. 17 Girl Days won Hiramix the grand prize. She became an overnight sensation in Japan. Within a year of her new Cosmos win, Hiramix published Girls Blue, her first photo book. Later the same year, the magazine's Studio Voice dedicated a 50-page spread just to her, titled We Love Hiramix. She followed that with more books like Japanese Beauty and Hikari, steadily building a body of work. She also wasn't just respected within photography. She exploded into Japan's collective cultural consciousness during a golden age of youth culture within the country. Harajuku fashion, Shibuya-kai music, and magazines like Fruits, Cutie, and Zipper all contributed to this explosion of individuality. And Hiramix was deeply embedded in that world. Stylistically, she didn't stay confined to diary-esque personal images. She began working for magazines, photographing musicians, shooting fashion and portraits. Hiramix even partly inspired the visual identity for Sofia Coppola's Lost in Translation, a film that she would also briefly appear in twice. In a remarkably short period of time, Hiramix estimates that she took around 30,000 photos. That work was later distilled into her year 2000 photo book, Hiramix Works, a retrospective that won her the prestigious Kimura Ihai Award. In response to Hiramix's popularity, Japanese camera companies began to further develop their technology so that it was easier for everyone to use. Hiramix made photography feel accessible to everyone, whilst also at the same time proving that everyday life is worthy of art. Alongside peers like Yuri Nagashima and Rinko Kawauchi, Hiramix was placed at the center of a movement that critics would later describe as Ononoko Shashin. It's important to note that this name didn't come from the artists themselves. It came from the older, male-dominated photo establishment, trying to put this new generation's aesthetics and ideas into a neat little box. But the more you look at the reaction to Ononoko Shashin, the clearer it becomes that it wasn't actually describing a style of photography at all. It was describing a threat. This wave of female artists made photography about the exterior world of women, the exact thing the previous generation insisted was unworthy of serious photography. Calling this group of photographers' work Ononoko Shashin was really an attempt to separate it from the wider photography world. Crucially, the women it was describing entirely rejected Ononoko Shashin as a label. Nagashima said that she found it patronizing, and Hiramix never identified with it at all. And it's in that rejection that we can find the reason why Hiramix's work is so significant. What she was doing wasn't just a trend or a look, despite it being inherently trendy. Her work marked the point where women started defining their own visual language within Japanese art. It changed who Japanese photography belonged to, and you can see its fingerprints in entire generations of photographers that follow. Label. Nagashima said that she found it patronizing, and Hiramix never identified with it at all. And you can see its fingerprints in entire generations of photographers that follow. Hiramix is often remembered.
Some say rebranding as a content creator, artist, or creative anything is a make or break in a lot of people's careers. You can have good creator rebrands, like Speed going from a kid yelling slurs in his mom's basement at 3 a.m. and doing voodoo rituals or whatever you call this. we gotta ask, what the was wrong with Speed in 2021? To now becoming one of the biggest live streamers in the world and breaking generations of propaganda from the media. But then you also have creators on the opposite side of rebranding like Sneeko. Turning from a person who used to be labeled one of the most creative YouTubers on this platform for his unique style of videos, to now having to hang out with the sinister six of streaming and appealing to racists because that's how much his audience has got diluted. Either have a sand machine grounding your ball sack for 5 minutes, or have your sister in a room with these guys for 5 minutes. Me personally, I'm sorry for my offspring, but y'all can no longer be born. Sometimes these rebrands come naturally though, and I think those are always the best types. Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came from him maturing from being a teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet and have the least life experience. There's also rebrands that are straight up a hard launch and the person is saying this is exactly how they're going to be moving life, which is usually more dangerous because you're telling the entire audience you built up that you're no longer that person they watch. And the newest rebrand we have from a big creator is none other than Kai Cenat. I don't think we've had a hard launch rebrand from somebody as big as Kai Cenat in a while. Not too long ago was he yelling "yacht" at women getting up on the stream.
Saying so. I'm sorry. Let me lock him out real quick. I mean, you know what? Bet. Go ahead. Yeah.
The thought of an historian in the year 29. Going back to this time and studying these type of clips always crosses my mind. And now Kai's brand new look is him launching a fashion brand and trying to become a designer himself, while also self-helping himself by trying to fix his reading struggles and working out. Off the wording itself, it doesn't sound bad at all. There's been two reactions to this. One being people who just hate to hate and basically hate on anything Kai does. If Kai does something like save a cat from a tree, they're in the comments saying something like he's worse than Hitler. Then there's a other group of people who genuinely just find his rebrand corny and don't like it. And if you see my videos, I've defended Kai from random who just hate to hate on the internet or try to find a random problem. But I've also been critical of Kai, and this rebrand was
executed terribly.
This all started back when he ended his subathon at the end of September in 2025. He hit 1 million subs, had 1 million viewers at the end. He had every celebrity in the book on it. LeBron James shaved his head on stream. We could have just left the last part. All we needed to see was him on stream. And after his stream ended, he decided to take a long hiatus to spend it with his girlfriend vacationing around the world, seeing different places. Kind of awkward knowing that now, considering they just went through a pretty public breakup and she's dissing all of his friends and people around him. On this vacation, he was probably trying to think of how he would even come back and be able to top what he just did. Like, if I was in Kai's position, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know what the to do. I broke a record that probably won't be beat in our lifetime and had LeBron James on at the same time. I gotta end off everything with that. Which is why he announced in a video on January 13th that he's officially quitting streaming. And it turns out that was actually a big shocker. The whole video was an announcement for his fashion brand and showing his journey on making his clothing brand, while also announcing he's been secretly posting videos on another channel that will document his journey. This was probably the worst thing he did in his rebrand and is the thing people are making fun of the most. In the reading videos, one weird thing he does is flex the phone timer after his reading time is supposed to end to show people that he's become a reading god above the average human brain input and output.
The location, creating, and implementation intention is a strategy you can use. You can create a new habit with a specific time and location. The implementation intention formula is I will behavior and time and location. Habit stacking is a strategy you can use familiar of ending emotional pain, which can open the door for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 30 minutes.
Implementation intention is a strategy that you can use. If you already want a 40 viewer.
Black eye, man. We get it. You now reach the same reading comprehension as Shakespeare. If he didn't put this timer bit into the reading videos, it wouldn't have received even close to the amount of hate it's getting. In the comments of all the bits, people are basically saying he's trying too hard to be performative with it, and also are saying he's reading but not actually comprehending what it's saying. Something that could have made it better is if he showed some notes that he was writing down while reading the books to show that he was actually retaining the information and keeping what the books actually actually saying in his head. Unironically, middle school teachers got one up on that. They was right on that because you do not retain shit after reading a book for the first time. But that topper thing was gonna cook him either way. He's got to put that one in the closet. Overall, it is good he's actually taking initiative to improve himself though. And there's clips too where he doesn't understand a word, so he searches up what it means on camera. But people are clowning him for not knowing a word's meaning, which I find so weird. People will always say try to improve yourself by reading books or going to the gym or learning whatever habit. And when you showcase yourself trying to improve yourself, they just clown you. In 2026, and can't even be curious about something without getting the sped allegations. Meanwhile, those same people are fat chuds on the internet that do nothing but comment on people's all day. And we kind of do need more people reading, at least in America, because the amount of people's reading comprehension has gone down is atrocious. I know this as a creator because I'll say something, a person won't even finish the video or just pause on that part, then go in the comment section writing a whole paragraph explaining why they hate me and how my take is wrong. Half the population reads at a 6th grade level here. We gotta start doing reading clubs again. I'm glad to be in the group of Gen Z kids that got out school right when AI was about to hit. Because if I was in school right now, I'll let y'all know, I would be a couple of octaves dumber than I already am. Then there's the fashion pivot. On that same channel, he's posting videos of him learning how to make clothes for his fashion brand, which doesn't have as much hate for reading, but it's more of the way he presents it. His fashion brand is called Vivette, and one way he's advertising it is with his own journal. The journal having designs and sketches of what he wants in it. And the way he's talking about this journal and flexing it, you would think he's writing some new verses for the Bible. Even on the Vivette website, the only way you can see the journal is if you sign up and join the waitlist. So it's clear the journal is the main marketing tactic he has for his whole fashion brand, which isn't an uncommon thing. Every fashion designer has their own type of documentation of the process of making a product. Kanye is somebody who did this a lot and showed off his sketches. It's confusing on Kai's vision for him because in different videos he's saying so many things about what it's supposed to be. And he's changing the camera quality on the videos to make it look more like a documentary, which is now being called the performative quality. The funniest one has got to be him recording himself writing in his journal on a 3DS, which got deleted. I don't know how to describe it.
Ai, Zé, que loucura, Zé. Vai embora, Bizu. Agora
This nigga might be I.E. I don't know about you, nigga.
But as soon as I hold this journal up, it's a lot more focused on it.
That journal better have the cure to cancer the way he's showing. Crazy thing is, even if the journal does have good designs and people want to buy it, the videos have cooked anything associated to it. People will just look back at the videos and start dying laughing. There was absolutely zero need to record this video on a 3DS. I feel like even he looked back at this and said, alright, I'm doing too much. While people were memeing the whole thing, it also opened the floodgates of old clips showing Kai trying to fit in with certain things, where you can't put it any other way. He's just saying something to be performative for the camera.
Yo, if you're gonna start rap over the song, what would it be? Viva La Vida. Viva La Vida by Cosplay. He's kind of busted up, but headphones.
MCC are always the same.
The 16, 15. These don't work. No, it just broke today.
Kai, you can use AirPods. We know you're rich, dog. And before people get on my ass for wearing these wired headphones, look back the past 4 years. I've been wearing these in every single video the past 4 years, alright? I'm not thinking. I'm not sure why he does it or if he tries to do it subtly so people don't notice much. But in 2026, with all the forms of social media we got, people are gonna be able to tell when you're faking it. I do believe, though, that even with all these performative shenanigans, he actually got into fashion and likes it. You can tell his fashion game has changed a lot in the past couple of years. And I'm sure people will say that this whole thing is fake or a grift because it happened so soon. That can happen to anyone with anything, though. Sometimes you get into something and like it so much a lot in a short period of time, you want to start trying it yourself or going out into that industry. The way he's advertising it, though, is way too performative. There's clips of him walking around with the journal in Paris Fashion Week, and it looked like he was protecting an ancient scripture that had burned down what vaporized half of humanity's information.
Wow.
Before I saw these clips, honestly, I didn't understand why people were saying the rebrand is performative. And as soon as I saw these clips, I understood why. Whoever told him on his team that this will look tough gotta be fired. Other fashion designers there were probably looking confused as hell. This isn't to say that Kai's clothing brand is gonna come out and look trash or ugly, but it's more of the marketing tactic and how it was done. In fact, I think a lot of the people hating saying the clothes are gonna look ass would start wearing it if all of a sudden people actually like it and start wearing it out. One thing Kai's gonna mainly struggle with in the fashion industry is trying to have this new persona while his old clips still being mega viral and out there. Which is why I said at the start, it's better when a transformation naturally happens on its own and isn't a hard pivot. Because not only is he gonna get low growth by the fashion elites there and they'll just see him as the screamer guy. Also, it's the clips and what type of screamer he was, doing a bunch of goofy stuff for stream. It's way easier for you to be a small content creator and have collabs with bigger content creators because content creators are usually more genuine, which can lead to you blowing up and having your own career. The fashion industry is just like the music industry. It's cutthroat. They'll tell you if your shit is ass or a company will deny making the clothes because they don't think it will sell well. And people memeing this whole thing is definitely not helping potential fashion collaborators take it more serious. The whole jump into it was very fast though. It was only 3.5 months he was gone before doing this whole change. I feel like minimum you need a year for something like this. I guess for now we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes. I don't know if he's gonna completely quit streaming, but if I was his friend giving advice, I'd say hell no. No matter what as a content creator, unless you're gonna retire after like 10 or 15 years, you gotta serve the people that built you up to what you are. Or maybe that's only me. So yeah, we'll have you for another painstaking 10 years at minimum. Enjoy. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. As always, I love you guys consensually. And until next time, I'm out.
Gotta get in. I'm trying to hop that. I'm not worried about you. I'ma pop that. Hey, pull the bing bing out. She gon' rock like that. And just like a moment, you were too shy. But you weren't the only one, so was I. And I dreamed of you ever since. Now I build up my confidence that next time you come my way, I know just what to say. Can we talk for a minute? I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. I started to write you letters, but I wanted to be more clever. I wanted to get down and sweet talk you, hey baby. But just like a baby, I could not talk. And I tried to come closer, but could not walk. And I think of it every night. How I just could not get it right. Oh, if we ever come close again, I know what I'm thinking. Yeah. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute, baby? Girl, I want to know. Strong ass.
Doesn't affect them. They come out after 4 days and play one of their best games, if not their best. Well, they had 155 against Utah. Okay, I'll give it that. But one of their best games of the year. Doesn't affect them. They come out after 4 days.
Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why'd I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We've got an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said, "Of course." My biological mother found out later that my mother had never graduated from college, and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start in my life. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value of it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path. And that will make all the difference. My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, As Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. And so at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn.
Depression.
I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I'd been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about it. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next, and I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Lorene and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. And that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking. Don't settle. My third story is about death. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, "If you live each day as if it was your last, someday you'll most certainly be right." It made an impression on me. And since then, for the past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had a scan at 7:30 in the morning, and it clearly showed a tumor on my pancreas. I didn't even know what a pancreas was. The doctors told me this was almost certainly a type of cancer that is incurable, and that I should expect to live no longer than 3 to 6 months. My doctor advised me to go home and get my affairs in order, which is doctor's code for prepare to die. It means to try and tell your kids everything. You thought you'd have the next 10 years to tell them in just a few months. It means to make sure everything is buttoned up so that it will be as easy as possible for your family. It means to say your goodbyes. I lived with that diagnosis all day. Later that evening, I had a biopsy where they stuck an endoscope down my throat, through my stomach and into my intestines, put a needle into my pancreas and got a few cells from the tumor. I was sedated, but my wife, who was there, told me that when they viewed the cells under a microscope, the doctors started crying because it turned out to be a very rare form of pancreatic cancer that is curable with surgery. I had the surgery, and thankfully, I'm fine now. This was the closest I've been to facing death, and I hope it's the closest I get for a few more decades. Having lived through it, I can now say this to you with a bit more certainty than when death was a useful but purely intellectual concept. No one wants to die. Even people who want to go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It's life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it's quite true. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. When I was young, there was an amazing publication called the Whole Earth Catalog, which was one of the Bibles of my generation. It was created by a fellow named Stuart Brand, not far from here in Menlo Park, and he brought it to life with his poetic touch. This was in the late 60s, before personal computers and desktop publishing, so it was all made with typewriters, scissors, and Polaroid cameras. It was sort of like Google in paperback form 35 years before Google came along. It was idealistic, overflowing with neat tools and great notions. Stuart and his team put out several issues of the Whole Earth Catalog, and then, when it had run its course, they put out a final issue. It was the mid-1970s, and I was your age. On the back cover of their final issue was a photograph of an early morning country road, the kind you might find yourself hitchhiking on if you were so adventurous. Beneath it were the words, "Stay hungry, stay foolish."
Back in the day, that Dragon Punch was invincible. All the way across until you can't miss. Yeah, I missed. I gotta start over. So when you do that and you don't miss, that's how you do it. Yes.
I can do that.
Yeah. All right, do it the other way then. Yeah, see?
Because the fingers are different.
Okay, yes, but as I said, do it so you can, gotta be able to do it from both directions. Back in the day, that Dragon Punch was invincible. That's how you do it.
Pressure.
Back in the day, that dragon punch was invincible.
Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal.
I think this guy talks a lot, and it's about time for him to learn some respect.
Wherever you are, you're a bitch.
Bitch! Bitch! Come here, bitch!
Or like with the light shield, like second hit connects. Good stuff. Smart moves. All I gotta say is evidence.zip.
Bitch! 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 Come here, bitch!
Or like with the light shield, like second hit connects. Good stuff. Smart moves. All I gotta say is evidence.zip. Evidence. This is looking more like a body bag.
Yeah, I gotta watch my
Zip
dog.
them up.
You've probably seen this clip before,
You see for yourself.
but despite how famous the memes of him are, few people know the whole story. You've probably seen this clip before,
You see for yourself.
but despite how famous the memes of him are, few people know the whole story of the man behind them. Known online as
Blow. Tear.
He claims his real name is Deluian Sparrow, although his real name is more than likely Dale, and he's probably the funniest fighting game player of all time.
Where the fuck is that?
Born in South Central Los Angeles on the 19th of November, 1984, or 1990, if he's to be believed, Dale had a difficult childhood, with his father abandoning the family. While he doesn't hold that against his dad, he does resent that neither he nor his brother were given the attention necessary to become athletes.
That's why I'll never ever forgive my dad, period. Because not only did you fuck up with me, you fucked up with my brother too. My brother is like 6'6". I mean, man, you could have coached one of us into making you some paper.
Under his mom's care, he was kept out of public school and sent to a private Christian school instead, presumably to try and keep him away from the presence of gangs in public schools in South Central Los Angeles. While he did effectively avoid that danger, he walked right into another one. When he was between 5 and 7 years old, he claims to have been molested by his teacher's teenage daughter. Surprisingly, he describes this very casually, trying his best to imply that it wasn't all that traumatic.
Basically, there was lots of females that bonded with me when I was a kid. But I'm not the type of person that's gonna snitch. I knew something was right. And that happened in private school, man. It happened in private school. But I only know about the heterosexual shit.
It's pretty shocking to see a guy spinning this kind of terrible childhood trauma into proof that he's super straight, but as we'll see later on, this kind of absurd thing is par for the course with low-tier goths. Later on in school, he was often picked on for being unusually tall and a bit of a nerd. But besides that, not much is known about his early life. While he made his first YouTube account in 2006, he remained in obscurity for a good while after, as it would take years before he attained notoriety. But long before he was getting in hot water online, he was doing so in real life. In 2005, when he would have been 20 years old, his then 17-year-old girlfriend filed a restraining order against him for domestic violence prevention. In the documents, she alleged, Dale said that I'm a slut and that he wants to kill me and everyone around me, and that if he doesn't do it, he'll have someone do it for him, and that I better watch my back. She also requested that he lose the right to purchase a gun due to his anger issues. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like anything happened after this restraining order was requested. A couple of years later, he was arrested and eventually charged with a felony for receiving stolen goods, although he got off with 3 years of probation after staying in jail for a little over a month. However, this sentence made it hard for him to get a job, so he enrolled into college, where he pursued a degree in health and fitness and a bachelor's degree in business. Or, at least, that's what he listed on his LinkedIn profile, but a lot of people have been known to lie on LinkedIn, so he may or may not have those degrees. Speaking of his LinkedIn, he also claims here that, from 2006 onwards, he was working as a freelance actor and took part in numerous media, including reality TV shows, although I haven't been able to find any record of that. As far as I can tell, all that he really had to his name was his YouTube channel, then under the username Sparrow25, which foreshadowed the name of his eventual channel, The Louie and Sparrow. Keep that name in mind. Now, on his main channel, he uploaded videos of himself playing Street Fighter games, mainly Street Fighter 4, with the main gimmick being that he picked low-tier characters that most competitive players tended to ignore and find a new way to win with them. In 2012, he also started working at Goodwill as a donation processing volunteer, presumably out of necessity, and because that's all he could really get with the felony charge on his record. But it doesn't seem like working at a charitable organization really gave him a more empathetic spirit.
Well, all of you are in final round. This is what I'm doing. All of you.
However, in late 2013, Dale got his first big break when he uploaded a video titled A Message to Boogie2988 and His Wonderful Fans.
I don't know about the aftermath from any of you boogie fans that feel sorry for this greasy, you fat, disgusting, ass-smelling, blob, cheese-drinking, Crisco bathing, lard gargling, calorie thieving, couple of George Clooney grill just to drink out a drip tray. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there calling me a bully. Well, guess what? I'm not. I just don't feel sorry for fat people, especially fat who sit there all day, gorge and eat, and make money for doing absolutely
guess it was rhetorical. My car is driving. We'll find out on the long distance drive, I guess. I guess it was more rhetorical. We'll find out on the long distance drive, I guess. Well, right over. Let's see. Genuinely just. Hello? is different in the world. With all the billions of people in the world, something like this is happening. I left my peoples. Sorry, sir.
And in its existing rendering engine. There are many different rendering algorithms out there. It seems that we need to dip into the hypothetical algorithms to start trawling the literature for some better
The literatures.
Unfortunately, Low Tier God was too ahead of his time on the Boogie hate. If he dropped this in 2020, he would probably be a millionaire right now. As you can see from the like to dislike ratio, people weren't too fond of his extremely fat-phobic rhetoric. And just like that began Dale's eternal villain arc. But however much negative feedback he got for the Boogie hate video, it wasn't really enough to kickstart his career. And for the following period, he continued to languish in obscurity. In another upload of his from the beginning of 2014, he even expressed resentment towards other YouTubers, including Boogie, who in Dale's opinion did not deserve any of the views he was getting.
I went to a couple pages. KSI is some black dude from the UK that just yells on camera and plays FIFA, and this dude gets damn near 1 million views per video.
Another one of his targets was fellow gamer Darkside Phil.
DSP, some old dude who talked on random games that people shouldn't even be watching. Kingdom Hearts and racing games and all kind of corny shit.
Whom has since been deemed the white version of Low Tier God, or vice versa, depending on which one you think is the original. This perception came from the fact that both of them made careers out of gaming, despite not being very good at video games, and regularly blaming the game's developers whenever they lost. Although honestly, I think he really surpassed DSP on that front, since as far as I know, no matter how much DSP sucked at the games he played, he still kept trying until he beat them fair and square. While Low Tier God became known for cheating on single-player games to beat them.
Only cheat on your mom. Better believe we was in a fake relationship so I could backshot her creamy, wet, sloppy, big baggy meat.
But whenever he brought up the similarities between him and DSP, while Low Tier God became known for cheating on single-player games to beat them.
Only cheat on your mom. Better believe we was in a fake relationship so I could backshot her creamy, wet, sloppy, big baggy meat.
But whenever anyone brought up the similarities between him and DSP, Dale became unusually angry. Well, it's not unusual for Dale to get unusually angry, but you get the point.
But I'm warning for the last time, any of you mother call me that black DSP shit in person, it is a wrap for you. Because as soon as I go into anger mode, my speed twitches faster, I'm stronger.
Now, I'm generally all for toxic gaming and classic Black Ops 2 lobbies with people insulting each other. However, it was clear that Dale's issues were much more deep-seated. And if you think that he's just playing it up for the sake of content, he's not. He's actually like this 100% of the time. Noticing how easy it was to get him fired up, trolls began deliberately seeking out ways to further enrage him. For example, whenever he knew he was going to lose a match, he would just leave it before it could count on his stats. So as a result, people started reporting him, which eventually got him a ban from Xbox Live. Now, I suspect that you can probably jerry-rig Xboxes to circumvent a ban and make a new account, but that's probably too complicated for him, so instead, he just bought another Xbox whenever that happened. Which, by the way, happened 4 separate times. And of course, each time, he was thoroughly dominated and humiliated by his trolls. He went to the nearest GameStop and bought himself a new Xbox. All because he's addicted to raging and fighting games. By 2014, Dale had accumulated a little bit of clout in the niche of fighting games, and decided to go up against Bjskee in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. According to Low Tier God, they played a set, which meant they competed until one of them got to 5 wins, and Low Tier God got there first. However,
like I used to be late to school. My sister looks like Cindy Brady, okay? I'd go to school late, and she'd go to school late, and the punishment for that was you have to sign up for detention. She used to be able to go straight to class, and I sign up for the teacher. So here come my mother again. I should think she was crazy. Sat down with the principal, who's black. She said, okay, so what the is the problem here? And he's going, what's going on, Miss Davis? What's going on? She said, why does my daughter get to go to class and my son have to sign up for detention? He said, well, we didn't know that was your daughter, man. She said, why does that make any difference? He said, we'll get that straight. But my mother does this, man. She said, you're coming with me. Man, here come one of these H's. She took me to the park. She sat me on a picnic bench. Me and her. She talked to me. She said, I need you to know something about the world you live in. It's going to bother you, but it's a fact. She said, your sister can actually be late, but you can't. If you want to be successful in this world, you can't be late at all. And I hated that. Right. I wanted to cry, but she was right. Like, I used to be late to school. My sister looks like Cindy Brady, okay? I'd go to school late, and she'd go to school late, and the punishment for that was you have to sign up for detention. She used to be able to go straight to class, and I had to sign up for detention. So here come my mother again. I should think she was crazy. Sat down with the principal, who's black. She said, okay, so what the is the problem here? And he's going, what's going on, Miss Davis? What's going on? She said, why does my daughter get to go to class and my son have to sign up for detention? He said, well, we didn't know that was your daughter, man. She said, why does that make any difference? He said, we'll get that straight. But my mother does this, man. She said, you're coming with me. Man, here come one of these H's. She took me to the park. She sat me on a picnic bench. Me and her. She would talk to me. She said, I need you to know something about the world.
God, he was Lil B in the pack. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. One of the niggas in the pack, his name is Lil Uno. His daddy is my homie from back in the day. His daddy, Frisco, Boo from Frisco. That nigga was the homie for forever and ever. And I heard one of the pack's mixtapes, and I really liked that shit. The nigga was our driver one day, driving us somewhere up in from Oakland up in the hills somewhere up in fucking Humboldt County somewhere. And the nigga was playing the pack. So he played the shit, and I was like, play that whole shit again. He played the whole shit again. I was like, who's them little niggas? He like little niggas from Berkeley, the little homies. So I fucking I had the nigga set up a meeting for me to meet the pack. And we went to a fucking somewhere in Richmond. And these little niggas pulled up, and these niggas was like rude. It was like, yeah, nigga, I was driving my homeboy Bentley too. Like, I don't even like drive cars like that. So I be in little European shit, but I just happened to be in my homeboy Bentley that day. It looked like I must have just looked like I had all the money or something. And them niggas was like, yeah, nigga, we just want to know, nigga, when we gonna get paid. I just came to meet the niggas. They was like, nigga, we want to know when we get paid. And I'm like, I was talking to these niggas, and then somewhere in the conversation, nigga was like, nigga, we ain't the pack, nigga. We are such and such, nigga. Before you can get to the pack, you gotta go through us, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right, I'm by myself, first of all. I just came to meet the niggas because I wasn't really thinking it was finna be that kind of energy. Right. I'm like, all right, man, for sure. So I know that one of the niggas in the pack, his daddy's my homie. I call the nigga, I say, man, your son and them on some goofy shit, man. Like, that's some disrespectful shit that just went down. And then he do his little due diligence, hit me back, say, man, that wasn't even my son and them. That was some niggas from they hood that was, you know, they the little older niggas that was like, nah, nigga, you gonna come to the hood and get rapping. You gotta come through us. So, long story short, the nigga Uno Daddy was like, pull up to my house. And then he had the actual niggas from the pack pull up by themselves. You know, Pops called a shot. They pull up just them four. And we fucking, we chop it up a little bit. And I'm like, nigga, I don't fuck with y'all niggas, blah, blah, blah. But somewhere along the line, I think Lil B went to jail. And the bass guy, his image is like from how he got famous is not the same nigga that Lil B was. The Lil B is like riding around in stolen cars and selling dope in the hood and getting in trouble. I literally had to go get a little kid's lawyer, like special kind of lawyer, to go to juvenile court, to go court, to go into a private room, like this court, to go in there and tell the judge this little nigga potentially has a contract with a major label. Too Short right here vouching. The label is vouching. We gonna sign the nigga. If we can get the nigga out of the trouble he's in, we just get him out. He ain't gonna get no more trouble. All right. Like that's gonna send him up for one of them little 6 month, 9 month, maybe a year juvenile type shit. Been fucking up too much, and we got the nigga out. And I took the nigga straight to Atlanta. Let him have a good motherfucking time. I snuck the niggas in Magic City. They probably wasn't even out of high school. Them niggas was in Magic City having the time of their life. I took them around. They hit me one day. They was like, man, take us to little nigga shit. You keep taking us to this old nigga shit. I took them niggas to a back to school high school dance. And I went over wherever I was with the promoter, whatever, and just went and kicked back while these niggas went and had fun. Them niggas, back then in Atlanta, it's probably like early 2000, the back to school high school dance was just boom. It was a fucking strip. It was a strip club with clothes on. Right. Them niggas, West Coast niggas, was turned the fuck out. They was like, this the shit we talking about, nigga. They had the time of their life. But Lil B was a little bit different back then in the pack. Lil B probably did most of the hooks. Young L made the beats. And Stunner and Uno, they put their verse on, and them niggas had a little swag. I just put them on stage. Them niggas was rocking crowds. No song out, just mixtapes, rocking the fuck out the crowd. So one day we was at my house in Atlanta, and Lil B, niggas just do goofy shit like watch TV and laugh, and they was like kids, man. I'm like, niggas is like, I'm grown ass man, like be little kids, whatever. We in the studio working, whatever. But the nigga came to me one day and was like, he's like, man, tomorrow can I go in the studio and make an album? And I was like, yeah, you gonna make an album tomorrow? Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm gonna freestyle the album. And I'm an artist. I write songs. Yeah. I did not laugh in the nigga's face, but I laughed. I done told him this shit. I laughed. I like, nigga, retarded. Yeah. Like, this nigga. And mind you, Lil B came to my house and drank all the motherfucking liquor. I didn't let him. We got mixers, shit, little bit of shit, and I'm noticing my little bar outside the studio, every bottle's there, but it's empty. And I'm like, the fuck happened to everything? This nigga drank the Kahlua. Like shit you shouldn't be drinking. This nigga drank everything, nigga. So I'm realizing he's a little bit different. Like he the one that was in trouble, we had to get him out of trouble. Now he talking about he gonna freestyle an album one day. And the nigga really went in there and made, I listened to it. I don't even know if he kept it or if he just left it there. But that nigga went in there and did that shit was whack. Fuck. Nigga freestyle an album. Like freestyle like 15, 16 songs in one day. And he was doing some shit that he wasn't freestyling like a skillful freestyler. He was literally just blurting out what the fuck came to his head. He was just, that shit was whack, bro. And then fast forward a couple years later, the pack's kind of fighting amongst each other. They ain't making no progress as a group. And Uno always keep in touch with me. He's like, hey, Lil B, he calls himself the bass guy now. I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, the nigga got like 15 albums and 300 videos. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, the nigga drop an album every other week and drop a new video every day. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, nigga, the nigga's the bass guy. They love him. And I'm just like trying to get up on it, and come to find out this nigga really is doing that dumbass shit he said he's gonna do that day. He's doing this shit every day. And they love me for it. They fucking love him. Niggas is talking about the bass guy liberated me. Bass guy, fuck my bitch.
Thank you, bass guy.
Thank you, bass guy. That's crazy. That nigga sound like Jinx and NBA players. So. What's up, brother?
That nigga a fool.
What's up, fellas? What up? How you doing, man? Good, my brother. What's up? It's all like this here. It's all good. Thank you, man. Much love.
Take your time. Be safe, my brother. Big love. Major love.
Young
Yeah.
talk, too, man. Young talk.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'ma keep selling that crack in, whipping that dope on the back end. I look like a fat man. I got bitches.
I'm a black man.
Selling that white in my back end. Remixing dope, serving in Thailand. Selling that water like a fireman. Stole some dope, then went on Joe Rogan. I'ma keep flexing that podcast. Adam 22. I'm leaning the plug. What you wanna do? I got them drugs. Fucking with me, I'm a thug. Come give me a hug. Whipping that dope on the dirty rug. Gotta pull matches and perk a rug. Out east over trying to find me a dub. All I do is whip it. Fucking around it, I'ma just flip it. Ay, I'ma just flip it. Fuck around, I might just dip it. Hey, they know a little B. Hey, they know me. Hey, they know Lil B. Hey, they know me. We still ripping that crack out. I don't give a fuck about the trap house. Let it burn down and we back out.
Whipping it, then we got crack out. We got money and we got the trap out. Out west the mall, serving that crack out. Out west the mall, I got 4 bitches. Out west the mall, I'ma take some pictures. I'ma sell crack. I'ma sell crack.
Who?
I'ma sell crack. 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 I got my bills back.
Let's go.
I'ma sell crack. 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 I got my bills back.
Hey, 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 hey now.
Some pictures. I'ma sell crack. I'ma sell crack. I'ma sell crack. What's up, fellas? What up? How you doing, man? Good, my brother. What's up? It's all like this here. It's all good. Thank you, man.
We'll run that back.
Take your
I'm a
time.
black man.
Big love. Major love.
Young
Yeah.
talk, too, man. Young talk. Oh.
We'll run that one back, GG. GG's in the chat. GG's in the chat, bitch.
I'ma keep selling that crack in, whipping that dope on the back end. I look like a fat man. I got bitches. I'm a black man. Selling that white in my back end. Remixing dope, serving in Thailand. Selling that water like a fireman. Stole some dope, then went on Joe Rogan. I'ma keep flexing that podcast. Adam 22. I'm leaning the plug. What you wanna do? I got them drugs. Fucking with me, I'm a thug. Come give me a hug. Whipping that dope on a dirty rug. Gotta pull matches and perk a rug. Out east over trying to find me a dub. All I do is whip it. Fucking around it, I'ma just flip it. Ayy, I'ma just flip it. Fuck around, I might just dip it. Ayy, they know a little B. Hey, they know me. Hey, they know Lil B. Hey, they know me. We still ripping that crack out. I don't give a fuck about the trap house. Let it burn down and we back out.
Whipping it, then we got crack out. We got money and we got the trap out. Out west the mall, serving that crack out. Out west the mall, I got 4 bitches. Out west the mall, I'ma take some pictures. I'ma sell crack.
Who?
I'ma sell crack. I'ma sell crack. I'ma sell crack. I'ma
Up and bottom himself a new Xbox, all because he's addicted to raging and fighting games. By 2014, Dale had accumulated a little bit of clout in the niche of fighting games, and decided to go up against Bjskee in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. According to Low Tier God, they played a set, which meant they competed until one of them got to 5 wins, and Low Tier God got there first. However, Bjskee insisted that they kept on playing, which eventually caused the score to go from 5-3, favoring Low Tier God, to 20-6, favoring Bjskee. This caused Dale to act out as he usually does, insulting people in his videos. In one upload, titled Why Most Gamers Are Single, he uses Bjskee's picture as an example of an unwashed and unattractive gamer.
You forgot to eat. You even forget to take a piss. Keeping up with those habits continuously will have you looking like this guy.
And upon discovering what he'd done, Bjskee got into a little bit of drama with Dale on Twitter, during which he accused him of not playing actually low-tier characters and winning with them, which was basically his entire gimmick, before going on to call him the Black DSP. The beef was really heating up, and as a result, a grudge match on Street Fighter IV was called on October 24th, 2014, to finally settle their problems, and it grew to be a pretty large event, being fully televised and accompanied with interviewers. Initially, Bjskee gave a solo interview in a crowd of cheering fans, discussing the beef between him and Low Tier God, and things got pretty heated.
That's a move. He said I wouldn't call him that to his face. Wherever you are, you're a bitch.
After a little back and forth, it came time to actually play. And while Low Tier God did his best, it just wasn't good enough to clinch the win, with Bjskee winning by 10-6 and proceeding to tell Dale to go back to the McDonald's he worked at, along with other positive words.
There's gonna come a point when you forget about what happened, and you're gonna want to come back at me. And you're gonna want to wash the taste of my dick out of your mouth.
The beef was over, and it should have been officially settled, but Dale wasn't going to take it lying down. A few weeks after the fight, he stirred up drama again, with a video titled Addressing the Internet, which would eventually become a series for him. In the first half, he put forth a variety of copes for his loss, claiming that Bjskee had 2 people coaching him, despite Dale also having the same amount of people coaching him, and claiming that a 10-6 victory wasn't good enough for someone who plays video games professionally. Then again, Street Fighter was Low Tier God's main focus, and not a game that Bjskee was even particularly familiar with, and he still won, without it even getting close. If Dale was so confident, he could go play games professionally himself, but given that he refused to bet money on his performance, it's likely that this is just him blowing hot air again. The conclusion of this match went viral on YouTube, now sitting at a whopping 6 million views, along with re-uploads getting similar amounts, and a comprehensive review of the situation from YouTuber Croakcat also getting 6 million. While Dale frequently gets called the Black DSP, in some ways he's more like Wings of Redemption. He could have just taken the L and moved on with his life, but instead, he was as sore of a loser as possible and did everything in his power to make himself look bad from that point onward. And that's not even mentioning the strange complexes around race and masculinity he developed as a consequence of getting destroyed by Bjskee on Street Fighter IV.
Because when the Europeans came on the ships and seen those
African actors bouncing and jiggling like National Geographic.
tall statures, thick thighs, they was blown away. Never seen bodies like that until they landed in Africa.
What the fuck is what's wrong with society, dumb, ignorant black? This is why black people are last in place. Because of dumb, ignorant, retarded, worthless pieces of black.
Despite how obnoxious and psychotic Dale eventually became, at the time, the only content about him was making fun of his gaming skills. Stuff like "This is how you don't play" compilations, where people picked the funniest highlights of his videos and uploaded them. Unfortunately, these videos now only exist via re-uploads since, again, exactly like DSP, Dale obsessively looked for these and copyright strikes them. When his copyright strategy proved unsuccessful, he threatened to start recording his streams with no mic or camera on, unless the offending channels were taken down. But of course, that was just another empty threat. A year later, a now 29-year-old Dale started dating a girl named Elena, whom he allegedly started interacting with when she was still 17. She occasionally showed up during his streams, and his treatment of her was pretty poor to say the least.
You're not putting hands on no one.
Tell me that again, dude.
What you gonna do?
Tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm not fucking around.
You're not putting hands on no one.
Get the fuck off my stream, dude. Seriously.
I'm not playing.
She'll become much more important later on, but we do have to establish her as a character in the low-tier God extended universe. Now, at some point in 2015, Dale graduated, although he continued to work at Goodwill, as his streams weren't nearly successful enough for him to do it professionally. Despite lacking a proper fan base, since a significant amount of his following was composed of his haters, he decided to start a clothing line called The Covenant in December of 2015, and it sold a grand total of one hoodie on its first day. Then in early 2016, he got banned on Xbox for the fifth and last time, so he finally switched over to PlayStation. Around this time, he was coincidentally matched against Darkside Phil in a ranked match, but since they were in Dale's territory, Street Fighter, even DSP knew that it was over from the moment it started.
Oh, God. Another Relento means another match I'm gonna get effing bodied, dude. Every match with Relento, I get bodied now. Never fails.
They should have competed on who can get into more debt. Would have been a much more riveting contest, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. Now, I would say that Dale's Twitch was going downhill at this point, but really, his online career had failed to launch from the beginning. He got barred from getting a subscription button, allegedly due to his trolls viewbotting his streams, leading him to resort to making money in alternative ways, such as selling mod chips to his viewers. This is against Twitch TOS, and as a result, he got his second ban. And I didn't mention the first ban because the reason for it was never given. Soon after, he came back, although it would probably be better if he had just stayed gone, since he walked right into a 50-loss streak against a streamer. And that streamer was named Pun Is Here. Dale had been saying that he wanted to fight against a good Chun-Li player, and upon getting what he asked for, he floundered for an hour and a half, complaining about it the entire time.
Can't win with a real character. You need a character like this.
Not satisfied, he went above and beyond sore loser status by calling on his viewers to attack Pun, leading to another Twitch ban, this time being indefinite. And from here, he finally decided to give up on Twitch and move over to YouTube, making a video about his ban, claiming he had been unfairly targeted by malicious trolls.
Everyone who watches my stream, you guys know for a fact that my stream is just crowded with trolls. People have done numerous things to see me fail.
In order to stifle the troll activity in his chat, he set up some new rules for his streams, including, but not limited to, a ban on the use of salt emojis, censoring names, especially troll names, as well as Kappa names in chat. He also demanded $10 to turn his camera on, and if he didn't get at least $20 within the first hour of his stream, he would just turn it off. Now that he had revamped his entire operation to prevent anyone from trolling his streams, he could finally be a regular streamer who didn't rage and hurl insults at people's mothers. And finally, now he could focus on the game. Of course, I'm being sarcastic here. Instead, nothing changed at all. If anything, it actually got worse from here on out. Dale challenged the Super Smash Bros. Community to a Street Fighter match, arguing that no one who plays that game could beat him because they are plebes. I think he was trying to say plebs here, short for plebeian or plebeian, but his anger mode prevented him from seeing clearly, which I'm understanding of.
Like National Geographic.
But Dale had the misfortune of having Anti, a Super Smash Bros. Player at the time, take him up on the challenge. The two matched a few days later, and Anti beat Low Tier God 2-1, followed by another game, which Anti won by 2-0. LTG took this loss pretty badly, accusing his opponent of being a coward for not doing the full best of 5 games, and for using the character Ken, which Low Tier God said was overpowered, and for playing against him at 3:40 a.m. when he was sleepy, thus making it unfair. But that wasn't all. Dale proceeded to go on a wild tirade, blocking anyone who even mentioned Anti, going as far as to call him racist slurs like car roach, and saying things like, "This is why I don't deal with blacks." He made a whole video about it, and then challenged him to an anonymous match.
When you're an alpha and you're dealing with betas, you're dealing with guys who want to run off on the plug. You're the type of guy who would sucker punch somebody, run and claim them up, claim to whoop their ass.
And if that wasn't enough, he was so angry that he also released a diss track.
Little black guys, they would hire for demographics. Roof the streets of Rage 3 had it inside my envelope. Skin be the same color as a bowl of Cocoa Krispies, though.
If losing to every established competitive gamer he ever managed to match up against wasn't bad enough, a few months later, he randomly matched against a 14-year-old kid who, by a stroke of fate, happened to be recording his gameplay. Even though the recording is from the perspective of the kid, we can easily figure out how Low Tier God was feeling during it.
I bet he's mad.
Yo, I clutched it. Oh!
This clip of a child beating him got over 500,000 views, leading Dale to siege on his Facebook page, demanding that his fans put 200 dislikes on it, or he wouldn't use his camera or mic during his streams anymore. Keep in mind, this all happened when the video only had 13,000 views, so I think this was his attempt at keeping his L undercover and not letting it get any more traction on YouTube. However, if that was the objective, it clearly failed. He also made a comment on the video, challenging the uploader to a 10-round match, which never happened. He even did a reaction video to it where he calls his 14-year-old a fat scrub who got lucky. But Dale kept trucking along, trying to improve his skills while streaming and attempting to make a living. And this leads us to December of 2016, when Dale found himself matched up against a top 8 player in Street Fighter, Lee Joe, where they would both stream their match live. Unsurprisingly, Low Tier God got rolled and smoked to the tune of a 1-4 loss. But what's really entertaining is how the two behaved during their match. While Low Tier God seethed, Joe was having the time of his life and even pulled the classic Low Tier God move of leaving the match right at the end.
Who kept saying the move that was +3 over and over again simply because it was flag?
As they continued to play, Dale grew increasingly angry at his own inability to stop Joe from throwing him.
I'm gonna rage quit on this dude for fun. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rage quit on this dude. Scrub.
As you can see here, he was threatening to rage quit the match long before it was even close to its final round because he knew that the inevitable was coming.
Worried about what the fuck's going on for season 2. You're not making it to top 8 either next year. Or fraud. That sus connection might be muted.
While things were fairly standard for him in the streaming world, 2016 was one of the lowest points in his personal life. He'd been banned from Twitch for a few months, and the loss of streaming revenue was really getting to him. That summer, he did start a new series called Critical Times, and in the first video, he reveals some of his vulnerability, opening up about his financial struggles.
I live paycheck to paycheck. I'll show you guys how much my check was later, but just know that every time I get paid, it's going to another CEO, another company, and I'm fucked for the next 2 weeks with both, unless I get donations on YouTube, sell some t-shirts, or, like that. Trying to get these headshots, they cost $240, but it's hard to save up when you don't make shit.
Now, while it was obviously fun for a lot of trolls to disparage him for how he behaves during games, there were some elements of Low Tier God that were genuine, although they rarely came through. One could even empathize with him talking about struggling to get jobs, even though he had a couple of college degrees, something that a lot of young people experience. And later that year, he also expressed being sick of getting made fun of for working at Goodwill. So he quit and instead got a job as an assistant manager at GNC, a supplement company. For some reason, he also claimed that this job would help him on his way to become an actor. I'm not really sure what made him think that, but, who am I to say? Regardless, things seem to be looking up. Dale had just reached the 10,000 subscriber milestone on YouTube.
Motivated, determined, resilient, confident, mentally untouchable. Notice I didn't say physical because no man is. Unfortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that.
Don't get me wrong, he definitely should be happy, but making a motivational video when you just got your second job at age 33 may be going a bit overboard, but hey, I'm still happy for him.
I walk a path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance, allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another.
Unfortunately, his satisfaction wore off very quickly as his goals of becoming an actor weren't coming to fruition, and he was frustrated with his job, saying that it had the dumbest management ever. He also claimed that he had 3 jobs, which a lot of people doubt is true. But most importantly, he was in exactly the same spot as he'd always been when it came to his career as an online personality, losing games and whining about it with creative racial epithets. Here, we have him attacking Brazilian detractors by attaching an image of Brazilian natives, saying that his mic and cam would be off during the stream due to how upset he was. His hatred for Brazilians wasn't limited to this instance either.
Mods ban anybody speaking Portuguese. This is Jada Kazari. It's an English stream, motherfucker. Don't be from Brazilian computer. shooter in a hut talking.
In another instance, he said that if someone beat him with Balrog, the Street Fighter character, he was going to rage quit no matter what. And due to how often he got banned for the stuff he said online, he began using the word "rog" as a derogatory term for black people, usually in the context of black people losing their temper. While his statements about black people could often be seen as exaggerated for comedic value or a consequence of blind rage during gaming, it does slowly become clear that Dale genuinely resented ROGs, and perhaps had some racial self-hatred. For example, he once made a post on his Facebook page talking about how much he disliked crude blacks, and instead had a preference for what he referred to as sophisticated black people. What he probably wasn't counting on was that his own sister would see this post and reply, pointing out that she had offered him work with better pay than his job, and helped him look for apartments when he needed to move, before saying that he was responsible for his own life circumstances, mentioning that he ruined his own credit score. In his reply, he said, "You're dead to me. See how messy you are? Focus on getting the GED before you address me again. Before I blast your black, bitter, chicken-headed ass in this post." She then fired back, saying that she made more money than him in tips, and claimed that he'd gotten his degrees while he was living off of a girl he was dating, who eventually put him in jail. In the middle of all of this, Dale once again changed his streaming rules. He started charging $20 to turn the camera on, as well as $50 to stream for over an hour. If anyone made the mistake of expressing disapproval of anything he did or said during the stream, he would just ban them, regardless of whether they were a troll or someone who had previously donated and helped him out. 2017 is when Dale began rapidly accelerating his descent into madness, which was punctuated by his beef with fellow Street Fighter player Broly Legs. Broly was known for suffering from a medical condition which caused the muscles in his arms and legs to be severely underdeveloped. As a consequence, he played Street Fighter using only his mouth. But despite his obvious physical setbacks, from 2013 to 2017, he was the #1 Chun-Li player in the world. He even placed 25th in a Street Fighter V tournament with over 1,400 players. His popularity in the Street Fighter community was such that he got a promotional video on the official Street Fighter YouTube channel where he got to tell his life story.
It has its bumps here and there, but it's not unwelcoming at all. You know, there's always a small place for everyone in the community. Whatever game you learn, when I started learning Street Fighter, I learned through people telling me I was nothing, that I would never be good in the game. This and that. It really drove me. Yeah, they were my friends, but I needed that to encourage me to be better.
And as with many unsuspecting players, he would eventually collide with Dale, and the result was funny and sad at the same time. Sometime in April, he and Low Tier God randomly matched, and in typical Low Tier God fashion, he lost the match and rage quit, all while throwing as many insults at Broly as possible. Before their match even started, he compared Broly to Krang, which is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character that is an anthropomorphic brain in a mecha suit, obviously making fun of his disability. But naturally, Dale making fun of his disability made it that much more satisfying when the match came to its end.
I'm good, dude. I can't accept losses where I body you and you just get some fake, slobbering all over the broken and shit. I'm hella good. You just didn't deserve that. I outplayed you, I bodied you, and got lucky. That's not skill to me. That's not outplaying me. That doesn't mean you're better than me. I'll tell you what the lure is. Yeah, get that ass banned, bitch.
And while some people quickly rushed to Broly's defense, pointing out how low it was for Low Tier God to make fun of him for his disability, others maintained that the confrontation was fair. They felt that while Broly was physically handicapped, Low Tier God was mentally handicapped. Therefore, the odds weren't that bad. Broly tweeted out a screenshot of Low Tier God rage quitting, and at the same time also offered to help train him to get better at Street Fighter, which only helped to further enrage him.
I don't give a what that ugly ass slaughtering half of a man is saying. I'm not gonna do anything to give that ugly, worthless specimen anything to gain any type of notoriety to his pity name.
It's funny that he's saying this when Broly Legs had much more.
Don't be like that, cuz. We get on the Blicks, y'all. What up, folks? Folks and them. We get on the Blicks. What's going on? Y'all hear me, fool? Y'all hear me, fool? Oh, Beppy. Peoples. Peoples in them. My peoples in them. A1 ABG, here we glow, yeah. Round the world, yo, selling plenty coke, have a drink, have a toast, nigga, we don't brag or boast. All good, Rolls Royce, Lamborghini, dough, suicide, open up your face, now your casket closed. Bow, bow, I'm a Lambo, out of hell, Drake like a chandelier, 3 carats in my ear, make it disappear. Out of hell, straps on racks, yeah, I understand it, crystal, we some space cadets, super stupid chicks in this outer space. On my face, show respect. I'm a rock star. Yeah, out of space, I'm a rock star. Yeah, out of space, we some space cadets. Yeah, we out. See if I'm lying. Turn up. Let's go. The coolest DJ, Bjskee, we some space cadets. Keep us out of space. I'm a rock star. Try to wait, get away, where I stay, yeah. Free band, A-Way-O-B-G, L-E Glory, yeah. Yo, selling with a coke, run a drink, have a toast, nigga, we don't brag or boast. It's all good, Rolls Royce, Lamborghini, dough, suicide, open up your brain, now you catch the clothes. I'm in NASA, out of here, 3 carats in my ear. I can make it disappear, draped like a chandelier. Astronaut when I got Rex on Rex. Now I understand it crystal clear. People stupid, in design speaks. For my face, show respect. I'm a rock star. cause I'm a rock star. Piece of space cadets, people stupid. Design space on my face, show respect cause I'm a rock star. Yeah, I'm out of space, I'm a rock star. Yeah, I'm out of space, I'm drinking on dirty. My bitch cost a 30, my chain in the ocean. I'm floating and rolling. Got skeletons on my arm, got skeletons on my back. Angel wings in my tats, Benjamins in my Rex. Designer frames on my eyes, drinking a little bit now. To me it ain't no surprise. It started in crack houses, now we expanded. We been from this game, we done expanded up through the crazy chicks. I keep me a door chick, I keep me a combination of bitches with freaky sex. Black and a white girl, Dominican cipher. Ain't nothing but some Draculas, huh? Something spectacular. I'm a space cadet. Keep this stupid. The design specs on my face, go respect. I'ma catch a body. Yeah, I'm out of space. I'ma catch a body. Yeah, I'm out of space. People stupid. The design specs on my face, show respect cause I'm a rock star. Yeah, I'm out of space. I'm a rock star. Yeah, I'm out of space. I'm doing my thing.
Turn up time, nigga.
Turn up, turn up, turn up. Real for real. This for my roller. I'm coming in like a cameraman. And I'm Steve Nash. Like I'm Tata. Like hair dye. The twist on some dirty. This for my. What's next to a rolling? I see you repairing on. 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 I see that one laying on. It's all this shit working the best now. Sucking it with no hands now. Wax some. Pineapple found on the throat. I'll make it loaded. I got way too much juice. This can't hold. This can't hold. I'm juiced up with short. I'm whipping the roads. Or the new Maserati. And then bust a jug at the West End at the parking lot. We just played a breaking face in. Had it crazy hot. Styrofoam cups. All I know is that it's crazy. Man, my partners on dust. They gon' shoot up a whole stadium. I don't know your baby mama, but we made a crazy film. And I fell last night on a lot of pills. Hey, hey. Whipping that way like a Tata. Like hair dye. The twist of some dirty. This for my young niggas grinding, we snatched them and rolling.
No mercy, no manners. No glory, no story, I'm very important.
Don't check the source.
I was flipping the fork,
I was very important. I was in it, and that was a sport. I was in it, I gotta get away from them knocks. Hey, hey.
Man, I can't never get away from this art. They treat you like Lord.
They treat you like God when you beat the odds. None of my niggas will ever be just for you to go home and starving.
This for my young niggas grinding, we snatched them and rolling.
Huh?
Got you. I feel the weight on your soul. I got you. I need to blaze up the dust. You need to blaze up the dust. I gotta keep my composure. I gotta keep my mind. Coming late with you early in the morning.
And when the sun comes,
I ain't down with you no more. You the car feelings, you can't take it no more. Me coming through, smashing, leave it right there at the door. I can tell it's somebody else to spend your time with. I'm just trying to find me somebody else I can rhyme with. You want me acting like a nigga on some 9 to 5 shit. Ain't trying to treat you like no side bitch, but you my bitch. Diamonds on your ankle, baby, walk like. I've been in the kitchen cooking. I see your loyalty paying off. I see your growth paying off.
Hey.
I see the dope paying off. I see the plug paying off. I went to work, they were laying off. Let's try to be popping them sands out. The mama, she do it the best now.
Sucking it with no hands now. I'm trying to tell you, buddy. I'm talking that shit out the city. Champagne poppy and my people fuck with me. I already know my nigga tall with me. Every nigga see me, they like, little nigga. My double A shut down the mall, little nigga. Just got in the show, my nigga dog just hit me. Drop shit, my nigga bookie ball, ball, ball. Me and my nigga Red was trapping hard. This catch that on the Insta, all started with it. I used to serve that work, I had the hardest 50s. That's so many hoes, I had to start these bitches. They niggas stealing from my head to start these niggas. But you want a feature, yeah, I'm charging nigga. Got that 40 on me, I ain't arguing with you. Mama want a mansion, yeah, the largest nigga. I'ma get me a new condo when the stars, my nigga. Where? More than Memphis, with a special part, my nigga. Got that uniform, a chrome hard, my nigga. Every FaceTime, big money flawed. We with them, bitch, every note that only don't stay on your jaw, little nigga. Hey, what's happening, man? Goddamn, baby, man, what the hell been going on? Hey. I've been seeing you goddamn going hard, man, shining shit, man. Let me get this hey. Man. Man, I've been seeing you, man. What the fuck your ultimate goal hey. This shit, bro? The fuck hey. You think, nigga? Hey. I want money, cars, and clothes for these hoes, I want billions. We on my leg for my children. Yeah, my niggas just with me. Drop Versace with it. I'm trying to get to the million. Touch me place to the grilling. Yeah, we're Ray family. I take so much stuff every year, they need to sponsor it, nigga. I'm a with marble. Exterior. Million round. Got feathers on my toes. Got baton on my toes. Exactly the CEO. Bitch, I want me a new yacht so I can coast on the coast. Hey, my AP say 12 o'clock. I'm up just to land at the doctor. I'm up at the screen and brag about what he got. Might not got that shit right now, but I'ma get it. Just watch me, nigga. Whatever I motherfucking want, I'ma get it. If you can motherfucking dream it, nigga, you can do it, nigga. 100, nigga, street man, motherfucker. Mr. Perfect or Mr. Right? Hey, fuck y'all fucking too. I know me and how I do. Let's go. Let's go. She thick and she curvy. Hey. She huh? Little beauty. Oh my God, y'all get it. But I am rich and rich. Hey. Just like it. Just like it. What's up? What's up? Hey. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Perfect, she, Mr.
Hey, hold your wife. With the matching ice. Watch out, cause I Mr. Perfect. Hello, Mr. Perfect. Yo, perfect. Oh, Mr. Perfect. Yo, perfect. Right time, perfect. Way perfect. Here, way perfect. Perfect. And I am Mr. Perfect. My love is perfect. Right with perfect. 4 big chains on, so in that, my neck, whole bed. Perfect. Do the job, perfect. Management, perfect. So I stay perfect.
chain perfect. Watch the rain perfect. Yeah, rain perfect. She is perfect, and I am Mr. Perfect. Perfect man of fair. You can call me Will Chamberlain. EA Sports, 'cause it's all in the game, man. Jump out early, start re-slanging. Progress up, till cocaine and gang bang. Tell your baby girl in love with a banger. Pulling up his finger, to throw his little sailor. It's perfect, you fucked up but you paid her. I paid her, but I probably paid more. I got pony for a horse, 2 chains, 2 doors.
Okay. I know all my rules are foreign. I know I'm a pigeon born. I know I gave me some weight when I was torn. Fresh and clean like a newborn. With that bitch and then we yours. I ride that B with no insurance. What's up? Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Yeah. 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 Pull up on a kid. Baby, pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. Pull up. Yeah. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. We need to pull up on a kid. Yeah. Who she bad? Damn she bad. Yeah, she bad. Yeah. Michael Jackson. Check, yeah. Bombay jeans. Steady T. That my swag. Yeah. Baby, bitch. Don't love it. So they tax it. Yeah. Light it off. Hold it. Make her come back like she owe it. She know it. I tapped on that ass and she turned around and showed it. Huh? Oh Lord. Moved out of Miami, now she thinks she's on. They know it. They can't really show it. Because I am fresh as a peppermint. Hey. Bricks on my sandwiches. Hey. I won't couldn't handle it. Come on. I don't establish shit. Popping these Andy Perkins, I'm drinking that lean and no smoking that good. Told that little bitch I wanna see her topless, just like a hood. Pull up on a kid. Okay. 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 Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid, baby. Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. Pull up. Yeah. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. You need to pull up on a kid. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Green. Hot. Shit. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Clean. Let's go. Yeah. Where you at? I'm back. Wild motherfucking left. Minus set back for a major fucking comeback. Rock the fucking show. Rock and roll. This is death trap. Playing with my slimes. You won't make it out of accent. Mr. Crazy Ho. Mr. Crazy Ho. Anybody get any bit more? Hey. I'm the same nigga you used to pull up on the mail truck. If you ask me, it feel good. Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Yeah. Pull up on a kid. 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 Pull up on a kid, baby. Pull up on a kid. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. Yeah. Pull up on a kid. Pull up. You need to pull up on a kid. Yeah. Duck up, baby. I just wish never lady. You could have. Oh. I've been ballin' so them hard, I swear I think that I'm cold. Young bull on this shit, but I think that I'm cold. I'm sure I'm dunking on these goals on these niggas, I'm free cold. These boys, they don't like me cause I think that I'm cold. Watch me hit the strip club, make it rain like a cold. Industry full of lights, I play the game like a cold. And since I think I'm Kobe, my bitch don't already know me. This is for them niggas that be thinking I cold. I said, baby, I got the rap. She like you down to show me. She gon' wanna blow me cause I ball like a Kobe. On my right wrist, Versace, on my left wrist, a Rollie. I hold my rollie up and down, the bad bitches on me. I pull them hundreds out my right pocket, 50s out my left. I'm ballin' like a Kobe, I got blood with the rep. Watch the shooter straight, in primary step. I got 47 more in every gun in the lip. Since I sat with Jimmy, I think I saw, I think that I'm Kobe. You boys won't be like me, and I think that you want me. And since I sat with Jimmy, I think I swear I think that I'm Kobe. You boys won't be like me, and I think that you want me. I heard the ball so hard, I swear I think that I'm Kobe. Young bull on this my shit, but I think that I'm Kobe. That's why I'm ducking on these hoes, on these niggas on free throw. These boys, they don't like me, cause I think that I'm Kobe. Watch me hit the strip club, make it rain like a Kobe. Industry full of lines, I play the game like a Kobe. And since I think I'm Kobe, my bitch don't like to know me. This is for them niggas that be thinking they Kobe. I said I am so much smoke, I swear I think that I'm smoking. Tino off the Molly and me, I love smoking. 100,000 in my pocket, I can pay like a Kobe. When these fuckboys make games, man, I just play like a Kobe. My little bitch just said why I be stunned so hard. Cause you guns you 1, 2, 1, 2, ain't no stump in the yard. I won't top in the car, she said, boy, you going too far. I said, I'm Kobe, bitch, don't act, you never done it before. I've been ballin' so damn hard, I got them ugly faces. I'm so no whiskey, bitch, I'm Kobe, I got blood with the yeah. I've been ballin' so damn hard, I got them ugly faces. I'm so no whiskey, bitch, I'm Kobe, I got blood with the yeah. I've been ballin' so damn hard, I swear I think that I'm Kobe. Young bull on this my shit, but I think that I'm Kobe. That's why I'm ducking on these hoes, on these niggas, I'm free throw. These boys, they don't like me, cause I think that I'm Kobe. Watch me hit the strip club, make it rain like a Kobe. Industry full of lines, I play the game like a Kobe. And since I think I'm Kobe, my bitch don't like to know me. This is for them niggas that be thinking they Kobe. Stacks me honey, I'm doing it down in the club, rockin' with my niggas. Rockin' on them chicks. You ain't talking money, I don't hear you. You ain't gotta touch my own feet. That's true, that's true. Going all my stuff, all my niggas monkeys, we gorillas. All my niggas clutching, we some hitters. Birds on my timeline, call it touch. I'm in the club, bopping with my niggas, cold bopping. All love, rocking off them chickens. You ain't talking money, I don't hear you. Be quiet. You ain't gotta touch my own feet. That's true. Going about my struggle. All my niggas monkeys, we gorillas. All my niggas clutching, we some hitters. Birds on my timeline, call it touch. That's good. All about my struggle. We ain't fucking with you niggas. I'm coming through, me and all my boys smoking loud. I ain't hearing you. Cool that bringing noise every year. Christmas Day, I ain't wanna play with toys. Project baby came from hot woods to riding in the forest. And my diamonds come from Tokyo. You ain't power high, come from Tokyo. I call them gin joints. Money grow on tree. Can you show me where they grew that bitch? You gotta have a fine girl, you a switcheroo that bitch. Oh, you know that, it's the cut. You already knew that shit. I'm about my cheese, cheddar chip. That codeine, my medicine. From the nigga, 1800 block. Yeah, I represent. I got lots of guap, that's why I'm arrogant. In the club, rockin' with my niggas. All love, rockin' on them chicks. You ain't talking money, I don't hear you. You ain't gotta touch my own feet. That's good. Going all my stuff. All my niggas monkeys, we gorillas. All my niggas
niggas clutching, we some hitters. Birds on my timeline, call it Twitter. I'm putting up on your way, you owe me time. Early morning, round, get that money. I asked them for a plate, they left me hungry. So I'm out here wildin' out with my youngest. I need that still. This little nigga love that fella. I be smoking broccoli. Mama told me eat my babies. Polo down, got me in here flexing. Call me raw Lord. I was in the project stressing. I was still around sports. And I wrap my wrist with VVS's. Now I'm in here going. You know the kid finessing. He's a savage young boy. I took so much of losses, man, it's sad. My mama used to dig all in my stash. I'm in the club, bopping with my niggas. All love, rocking off them chips. You ain't talking money, I don't hear it. You ain't gotta touch my own feet. That's Philip. Going about my stuff. All my niggas monkeys, we gorillas. All my niggas clutching, we some hitters.
Birds on my timeline, call it Twitter.
That's Philip.
Voice of the streets, nigga. I never witnessed a drop yet. Let me go gang.
I can make cocaine. I just fell in love with a Cuban. I just left Colombia. And I'm making millions for your Hector. She's around to make me metric tons. That's my little sister. She love me cause I know what them bricks do. I can serve you, I pull tricks too. Okay. But I can make cocaine. Okay. I promise you'll never see her dry again. I fly back to Colombia. I always make $1 million run. Okay. I can make cocaine. I just fell in love with a Cuban. I just left Colombia. Now we get $1 million by the metric tons. I can make cocaine. I just fell in love with a Cuban. I just left Colombia. Now we get $1 million by the metric tons. I can make cocaine. It don't take but 8 minutes to make a whole thing. But I be selling metric tons. You can cop one for $1 million. Black Vigo send them packs long distance. Put my stove in the bathroom like the kitchen. Walk in the door, you see 60 bills. By any means necessary, but them bricks full. I was selling bricks since high school. Foreign will ride on when I slide through. But I don't sell dog food. Fill out your application, come to brick school. I can make cocaine. I just fell in love with a Cuban. I just left Colombia. Now we get $1 million by the metric tons. I can make cocaine. I just fell in love with a Cuban. I just left Colombia. Now we get $1 million by the metric tons.
What you want call? Nigga, school up, nigga. Let's go up. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Slap the shit out you, nigga. Tell the school up, nigga. Shut up. Hey, man. You can flip it. Let that. I think I had 1 too many blunts today. Too many bills, now I'm drunk today.
I drunk a pint of lean, so I'm wasted, man. I got the gangsta in, nigga, you can taste it, man. I'm serving, I'm serving, all of my niggas be serving, smart. Pull up to the curb service. What you want, nigga, we working, we got it. I'm serving, I'm serving. Come through with my Billy, I'm swerving. Hoes say I look better in person. Lay back, I'ma close the fucking curtains. Wow, what's happening? School up, the legend. Shout out to Zone 6. Speak Gucci. Diamonds in so hard. You see me? I know you hear me. Got strong here. I know you smell it. I need some fuck niggas. I know you tell. And I don't need you. Cause I'm a felon. Touchdown in the city where the pass at. Where the pass at, you make a nigga laugh black. Need a pass for your nigga, you get blasted. You just a mid-grade nigga like my last pack. I'm just a money-making nigga, you can call Ash. You ain't on me to ball, you need to wait on your income tax check. I got so much money, I left them all with every damn bitch. And for the pampers, raise your arm up, then you make a ball fist. And now my niggas so far away, cause they say I was high rich. Before can you come down to see him? And they can't pay his damn rent. And now he frustrated, and now he got us all tested. And there's a phone trying to give me 40. I'ma jump the damn fence. I'm throwing 100 I got them bags in. 850, you know I got that swag in. I got that Mexican weed. Them bricks, you know that trash shit. And all you gotta do is drive this shit to Athens. Free squad in this bitch, we gonna make it. I got a couple more to squad, they gonna make it. I'ma stop by Savannah, then Augusta. And I'm a multi-millionaire, but I'm from Costa. Wow, these niggas tryna hold me back, but they can't never hold me back. Gucci man, I'ma get up, I'ma walk around, I'ma get me a stack. Walk around with you thigh pads. Tell my nigga that my bad, that you broke so damn fast. Had some shit that I had. You feel bad, but I'm not sad. You talk trash, but I moved on. 3 homes, 10 phones. Tell me where did it go wrong? All the money that I have, aka that's my stash. Nigga try to take my cash, bet the nigga gon' die fast. 10 bands and brand new pants. Say 5,000 to wipe my ass. Gucci man, feel no man. I'm a tough guy like no Nash. Won't jump my right hand. And you niggas like no man. RP to my dope man. I'm only looking down from here, man. I'm 300 I got no bangs, man. 850, you know I got this swag. I got that Mexican weed and bricks, you know that trash shit. And all you gotta do is drive this shit to Athens. We known for taking. I got a couple more to squad, they gonna make it. I'ma stop by Savannah, then Augusta. And I'm a multi-millionaire, but I'm from Costa. Wow. If I survive the shit, then anybody can.
Pussy niggas. I'm scared of
you. What would you do?
And I got a piece of
smoking this shit in my mama too. Auntie and my uncle too. Remember daddy put mom in the hospital when I was 2, maybe 3. He apologized and bought me some shoes. I remember that. He always told me he was sorry though. Reflection of my parents' 4th grade when I caught my teacher. Yeah, that's when shit got real. Grandma can't got me said, fuck your mama house, this where you live. You don't talk back or you get slapped, you a fucking child, you don't pay bills. Where I would be without Adam May, only Lord knows, God bless her soul. When you used to the bottom and you been at the bottom for so long, it'll make you.
Right now, you're in the mix with Coalition DJ Zone, DJ X-Ray, a.k.a. Mr. Hollywood S. Half Show.
The movement. Don't mess it up. Free man, stand up. I got a bitch hanging up with a chopper in the night, they keep it right on the seat. Baby niggas say it time, but they ain't fly like me. Turn it up a notch, turn up, and they follow my lead. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best, they try their best, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. I'm just a prophet from the coke and slapped me right on my feet.
I tried to map a $500,000 cash, it took me some weeks. And that's what that means. That's what do that. She ain't got no teeth.
I miss somebody with the D, now we laid up in the suite. I'm in the hood, posted up, I know the police gon' sweep. I keep a hood, also I can keep that door when she sleep. Sit down for a nigga and she ride with MOP. I put that AK in her name, but I keep it on me. I'm trying new when I step out from my head to my feet. These niggas studying my photos, trying their best to compete. I got a style so outrageous, I come through like a cheat. I'm the commander on these streets, all you niggas gon' be. I got a bitch in the hood with a whole boy key. With that chopper in the night, they keep it right on the seat. Baby niggas say they die, but they ain't fly like me. Turn it up a notch, turn up, and they follow my lead. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best, they try their best, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. Look Versace on my jewelry,
Cause I'm a lion at heart. I was selling dope like every day till I topped the charts.
I serve my
Same clientele, cause these cars are marked.
I'm running up on every car.
What for the car even parked? I went Bernie with ginger balls and with Louis Vuitton. You wanna be future, I look at you just like you my son.
I got a rap check and all I hang around is this gun. And if I ever get in trouble,
My bitch gon' pay my buns.
I told that bitch I need a yapper
And she went to the fun. And I didn't have to tell her twice cause it was already done.
These niggas showing up for me, so now they order no one. Been on some futuristic shit, and I'm at where I was good. I got a bitch hanging in the hood with a whole boy key. With that chopper in the night, they keep it right on the seat. Baby niggas say they die, but they ain't fly like me. Turn it up a notch, turn up, and they follow my lead.
They try their best to shine. They try their best to take off. They try their best to shine. They try their best to take off.
They try their best to shine. They try their best to take off. They try their best to shine. They try their best to take off. Put the codeine in the spray, and then I have me a drink. Spinning like a loud when I step in the face. Future razor blade sharp in the clothes machine. I'm on my roster campaign, and I'm cool as you think. You need to turn it to the max if you wanna turn up. You brought your girl to the club, but she leaving with us. I'm dashing off in the coupe, get some hair from a slut. And she catching everything, she won't spin it back up. I bought that bitch a red bottle, cause she got for the key. And she on so many guns, she worse than Billy the Kid. I put that semi-automatic in her name and she with it. I'm sure you pull up with that gas, she gon' show you the fish. I got a bitch in the hood with a whole for the key. Put that chopper in her name and keep it right on the seat. Baby niggas say they die, but they ain't fly like me. Turn it up a notch, turn up, and they follow my lead. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best, they try their best, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off. They try their best to shine, they try their best to take off.
Ooh.
Spaghetti, crabmatic, all I know is mathematics. On the stove, cooking chicken, right bitches is gymnastics. Acrobatic with the work, like Houdini, do the magic. Me go crazy kilo, so I put them squares up with the plastic. Get it traffic, I'm so traffic, known to make that shit happen. Gotta use the razor, cut the chicken, then some turkey rapping. After 15 years of trapping, now your trend on started rapping. Blowing 93 OG from Brady, ladies up from Cali, maybe Dennis Ray. Cause my pockets on the silver side, my wrist, take a risk. When I'm out here serving fish, cook a brick, serve a brick, mix it with some remix. All these ways in my head, your girl done got seasick. Took a box from calamari, bitch, don't order cheese sticks. $1 million nigga, but I stay up on some street shit. In a nigga line, if you looking for some cheap bricks, I got gas, I got swag, I done sold all kind of bag, I done had all kind of bricks. Some was good and some were bad. All about the bowl game, cookies sold and some bad. 28 to 35, make it zip, go take a bath. Wait my shit to the ground, that's how I see all the cash. Bustin' down by 50 bags, now I got no missing gas. On my corner, I just solo, city, Gucci, ran up on it. I ain't got shit to say. Go ahead, call my lawyer. Shout out to my jeweler, got me shining, looking like some water. Shout out to my Migo, cause he just shot them brick off the water.
The fuck up, Troy.
It's 1990 and Sega's new Genesis is the most advanced console on the market, yet it's getting crushed by Nintendo's old tech and the most recognizable video game character in the world, Mario. To make things worse, Nintendo announced that in a year, their new console would arrive in America to rival the Genesis. So with a ticking doomsday clock, Sega fought back by creating a character so calculated, risky, and ambitious that it actually worked in taking down Nintendo's dominance for a brief moment in time. This is the story of how Sega engineered Sonic to kill Mario, how three obsessive geniuses pushed the Genesis to its absolute limits, and how Sega's greatest strength turned into their greatest weakness.
The all-time best-selling video game. Some people may think we were crazy. We had nothing else to lose.
You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Oh, no!
To understand how desperate Sega really was, we have to set the scene in early 1986. Sega released their first console, the Master System, to compete with Nintendo's NES. But here was the issue. Nintendo had locked major game developers into exclusive contracts, leaving Sega to use small studios or make games themselves. Sega's answer to Mario was their first mascot attempt, Alex Kidd. When that failed, they tried to out-engineer the problem. They launched the 16-bit Genesis in 1989, superior in every way to the 8-bit NES. Yet, nobody cared. Nintendo still controlled 90% of the market. So in April 1990, Sega started an impossible mission. But creating a mascot to compete with Mario wasn't a one-dimensional problem. It was four impossible problems stacked on top of each other. We first had Nintendo's stranglehold on the market. 30% of American households owned an NES, and major retailers like Walmart, Target, and Kmart refused to even carry the Genesis in their stores due to lack of popularity. Next, it was Mario himself. Super Mario Bros. 3 sold 18 million copies. Kids recognized Mario better than Mickey Mouse, a character with a 60-year-old head start. And then there was the culture war. Sega of Japan and Sega of America had completely different creative visions. If Sega couldn't find unity, Nintendo would continue dominating both markets. And the hardest would be the technical gauntlet. To beat Mario, you needed a character, a world, and a game that would compel gamers to choose Sega over Nintendo. So they looked to three young geniuses that could handle this mission.
There was a big movement to create Sega's icon.
Weird soft drink came along.
Make it more American.
Yeah, there was one.
In April 1990, three people were given this impossible mission. Yuji Naka was a 25-year-old programmer obsessed with speed since childhood. Naoto Oshima was a 26-year-old character designer who studied American culture obsessively. And Hirokazu Yasuhara was a 27-year-old level designer whose design philosophy came from pinball machines. These young men formed Sega Japan's dream team. They had 14 months to build something that could kill Mario, and they started by engineering the character himself, which would incidentally be the catalyst for an internal war. The team launched a company-wide competition. Anyone could submit a mascot design that could represent the Genesis speed and power, and about 200 submissions flooded in. But one submission stood out, Oshima's hedgehog. He was a spiky blue creature that could curl into a ball and use its body as a weapon. He had red shoes that were inspired by Michael Jackson's boots and Santa's color scheme. They called him Mr. Hedgehog, who also had a bizarre backstory. He was a rock star with fangs in a band with a human girlfriend. They changed his name to Sonic to reflect the speed and power of the Genesis, and then they went to show their design to Sega of America, and they hated it. Madeline Schroeder, Sega of America's product manager, looked at Fanged Sonic with his bizarre human girlfriend and saw a character that would never sell in the States. The Americans wanted Sonic softened, and the compromise took weeks. The final Sonic was a hybrid, Japanese cute culture and the big eyes and round body, with an unmistakable American attitude with the crossed arms and the smirk. But making him look cool was only half the battle. They still had to make him move. Naka wanted Sonic to move faster than any platformer character ever created. There was a problem. See, in most games, the game checks each frame and calculates where the character is and checks if they're touching a floor, wall, or enemy. This is called collision detection. But when characters move fast, they literally skip over collision checks and start breaking the game. This is why platformers kept characters slow and controlled. But Naka didn't care. He spent months writing a completely new collision detection system that checked every single pixel along Sonic's path. This is why loops and wall running actually worked in Sonic. But Naka had another problem. How do you make speed feel real on a 2D screen. Naka used the parallax effect, the same phenomenon you see when driving, where distant objects barely move, but nearby trees zoom past. He used clever scrolling tricks with the console's background layers, making different parts of the scenery move at different speeds, creating an illusion that made Sonic feel like he was running through a real 3D world. While Naka was performing technical miracles, Yasuhara was designing levels that were completely different from Mario. Traditional platformers like Mario were about careful, precise control. Yasuhara flipped this. Sonic levels were designed for momentum and controlled chaos. You'd blast through areas bouncing off springs and curves like a pinball, never quite sure what was coming next. This created what Yasuhara called the fear and relief cycle. And while all this was happening, Oshima was creating the visual style. In the 1980s, CGI had a distinctive look. Smooth surfaces, geometric shapes, checkered patterns, and vibrant neon colors. Oshima replicated that CGI aesthetic with pixel art. The palm trees in Green Hill Zone were geometric cylinders with spherical tops. The checkered patterns everywhere were referencing CGI demo reels. Sonic looked like the future of gaming, while Mario still looked like a cartoon from the 50s. And to top it off, Sega realized most games at the time had simple bleeps and bloops for music, but they wanted Sonic music to sound like real songs. So they hired Masato Nakamura, the bassist for one of Japan's biggest pop bands at the time. He would compose songs on his keyboard, record them on cassette tapes, and send them to Sega. And sound engineers would listen to each tape and manually recreate every note, every instrument, every effect by programming the Genesis sound chip by hand. By January 1991, 14 months after starting, the Sonic team had built their website. They revealed Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis at the Winter CES in Las Vegas. Critics called it the most impressive game there and even won the Innovation Award. But none of that mattered yet. They still had to convince American kids to actually buy it. The real war was about to begin.
The world felt its first Sonic boom.
You can like go to the whole different world and
Sold 1 million copies.
Wow, Sonic's fast. More action, more speed for less.
Sonic launched on June 1991 and became a hit overnight. In just 3 months, Sonic was approaching 1 million copies sold, and Nintendo's market share started to drop. Not collapse, but for the first time since 1985, Nintendo wasn't untouchable. But their response came fast. Just 2 months later, in August 91, Nintendo launched the Super NES in North America, bundled with Super Mario World, and Mario got a major upgrade with more colors, better animation, and Yoshi. But the CEO of Sega America, Tom Kalinske, saw a new opportunity to strike Nintendo. 3 months after the launch, Tom stood in front of Sega Japan's board of directors with a daring proposal: take Sonic, the game that was selling like crazy, and give it away for free. Bundle it with every console for the holiday season. The Japanese board was stunned, but they trusted Tom's instinct and decades of experience. The bundle strategy went live that fall, and what happened next, nobody expected. By 1992, Sega had captured 65% of the 16-bit console market in the United States. Nintendo had lost market majority for the first time in history. This was the original console war. But Nintendo had an answer to Sonic's speed. If Mario couldn't run as fast as Sonic on foot, it put him in a car. September 1992, Super Mario Kart launched for the Super Nintendo. The game would go on to sell over 8 million copies and spawn one of Nintendo's most successful franchises. But Sonic wasn't done. 2 months later, in November 92, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 launched. The team introduced Tails, a two-tailed fox who could fly. They added two-player mode. They tripled down on speed. Sonic 2 sold 500,000 units in its first 5 days. By 93, the Sonic marketing machine was in full force. McDonald's Happy Meals featured Sonic figurines. SpaghettiOs put his face on pasta. He appeared on The Simpsons. He got his own comic book series, 2 different animated TV shows. And Sonic became the first video game character ever featured as a balloon in the Macy's parade. Sonic team wasn't satisfied. They wanted to push the Genesis even further. February 1994, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 launched. The maps were 3 times larger than Sonic 2. The team also wanted to introduce Knuckles, a red echidna with dreadlocks inspired by Jamaican culture. But development had been so ambitious, they couldn't fit everything on one cartridge, so they split the game into 2. 7 months later, in October of 94, Sonic and Knuckles launched with revolutionary lock-on technology. You could physically attach the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge to the top of Sonic 3, creating one massive combined game. Sonic 3 and Knuckles sold 4 million copies worldwide. But while Sega was perfecting Sonic on the Genesis, the entire gaming industry was about to shift underneath them, and the weapon they built to kill Mario would be put to the ultimate test.
And this was the very first roadblock Sonic has faced. Nintendo just had everything.
This is no game. This is a multi-billion-dollar gamble. And they're going to be mad with me soon.
In the events that followed, Sega would face the hardest decision in the company's history. See, while the Sonic vs. Mario war was happening, the gaming world was moving from 2D to 3D, and every console maker on Earth was in a race to figure it out first. Nintendo put all their attention into 3D, and in 1996, Nintendo launched the Nintendo 64 with Super Mario 64. The game sold 12 million copies and became the blueprint for every 3D platformer that followed. And here's some brutal irony. Sega's rise and dominance was built on speed, yet their greatest strength would turn out to be their greatest weakness. Sega had optimized Sonic so perfectly for 2D warfare that they couldn't adapt their weapon when the battlefield became 3D. They rushed to get Sonic into 3D on their new console, the Saturn, which launched in '95. Sonic Extreme, the most ambitious attempt, with multiple engine rewrites and developers overworking themselves, eventually got cancelled after missing multiple deadlines. Sonic Blast actually released, but it looked outdated and handled poorly. Sonic R, a racing game, couldn't capture what made Sonic special. Meanwhile, Nintendo and Mario kept winning. Mario Kart 64 with 10 million copies sold, GoldenEye with 8 million, The Legend of Zelda with over 7 million. Since Sega's Saturn was so difficult to develop for, game studios stopped making games for it and moved over to work on Sony's new PlayStation that used CDs, which allowed for much bigger games. Sega and Sonic's market majority was gone. The company had 600 million in losses from the Saturn's failure, years of expensive ad campaigns, and failed game projects. But in 1998, Sega and Sonic made one final 3D attempt. They began development on the Dreamcast console, and more importantly, a true attempt at bringing Sonic into the 3D world. Sonic Adventure launched with the Dreamcast on September 9th, 1999. 6 playable characters with massive scope, and for the first time, Sonic's speed actually worked in 3 dimensions. Critics praised it as the Sonic game they've been waiting for. For a brief, hopeful moment, it looked like Sega might pull off another miracle, but the math was already working against them. Since it took 5 years for Sega to figure out 3D Sonic, Mario 64 had already sold millions of copies and redefined 3D gaming. PlayStation had captured over 100 million console owners, and Sega had burned through 600 million in losses. And now Sony also just announced the PlayStation 2. Sega had 2 choices: keep making hardware and try to compete with these new titans, or exit hardware entirely and become a software-only company that just makes games. But you see, Sega had defined itself by its hardware, its roots in traditional arcade games to keep soldiers entertained, the Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast. Becoming a software-only company meant admitting defeat in the war they'd started. It meant Sonic, the character engineered specifically to sell Sega consoles and kill Mario, would now run on rival platforms. Well, in January 2001, Sega announced that they would discontinue all hardware production and focus solely on software development. After 14 months of engineering perfection, 4 years of market dominance, and a decade of fighting, Sega had lost the console war. But something good did come from all this. Sega spent $1 billion and 10 years engineering the perfect weapon to kill Mario. They won the battle, but lost the war. But in failing, they accidentally did something better. They freed Sonic. The blood, sweat, and tears that Naka, Oshima, and Yasuhara poured into Sonic would allow his creation to outlive their creators, which is the ultimate creative reward. Sonic became the first video game mascot to truly transcend platforms. Mario stayed Nintendo's exclusive weapon, and that's Nintendo's strength. Sonic learned to run everywhere.
I got my brothers and my fam standing next to me. I go to war, but what I love me is my destiny. I know we heard it all before, and let me give it to you straight. When you're back against the wall, you just step up to the plate. Go insane, hey, since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away.
your Xbox in 2007. You read Ring of Death Crisis got you for $1 billion. There's a new player in the console war, your rival is clawing back, and Steve Jobs just launched the iPhone and the App Store. But sometimes your best ideas come when your back's against the wall. So Xbox promised the world a camera that turns your body into a controller. This is the story of how Xbox spent $1 billion to build a Hail Mary to save their company, how that ambition nearly destroyed them, and how Xbox would never imagine where their new tech would actually end up.
Xbox was driving the industry.
This is about as big as it gets.
You've waited long enough.
It's exhilarating, man. It's an experience.
I give you the future of gaming.
To understand how this impossible idea formed, we have to start in 2007, which was a glorious time for Xbox until July hit. See, the 360 sold over 10 million units with a full year head start on the competition. The achievement system was being copied by everyone, and major multi-platform releases consistently sold twice as many copies on Xbox as PlayStation. For the icing on the cake, live subscriptions were generating hundreds of millions annually. Peter Moore, the face of Xbox, had achieved total market domination. Then in July 2007, everything changed. See, Moore wanted to be closer to his family in California, so he announced he was leaving Microsoft for EA Sports. His replacement was Don Mattrick, who had a very different vision for Xbox's future. Mattrick saw what Nintendo's success meant for other gaming companies. See, families, seniors, and casual players who had never touched a PlayStation or Xbox were buying Wii's in scary numbers. The simplicity of the Wii opened up a billion-dollar market, and Nintendo was leading the charge. But Xbox revolutionized gaming in 2006, so why couldn't they do it again? As Xbox looked into the horizon, they realized this war had more players racing to be the next big thing than they initially thought. With their legacy on the line and the board trying to shut down the Xbox division because the original Xbox lost $4 billion, this was their last shot.
They're continuing to sell defective hardware.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis.
Exactly what Microsoft doesn't need as it tries to compete with Sony and Nintendo.
A year into his new job, Don Mattrick realized he had to face four massive threats all at once. Their first threat was Nintendo's motion control revolution. If Xbox lost this battle, they'd be trapped in the hardcore niche forever. Their second threat was Sony's resurgence. After the disastrous PS3 launch, Sony had regained momentum with aggressive price cuts and exclusive titles. They were also developing their own answer to the Wii. Their third threat was the most dangerous of all, Apple's iPhone and the App Store. This threatened the entire concept of premium gaming. Why buy a $300 console when your phone could be your gaming device? Their fourth was the global recession. Microsoft's quarterly revenue fell for the first time in 23 years. One major failure could give Microsoft's board the excuse they needed to shut down the Xbox division entirely. So Don Mattrick made a decision that would address every threat at once. Nintendo, Sony, and Apple would never see it coming, and the board would be swimming in money. See, Mattrick came to the conclusion that traditional controllers were keeping out millions of potential customers from the Xbox ecosystem. So Xbox would go against everything that made gaming gaming and remove the one thing that seemed impossible, the controller. The controller is a barrier.
Completely redefined invisible technology.
Our biggest year ever.
Microsoft aims to sell 5 billion.
It is literally the future.
It's an amazing thing.
You really feel the force. Gonna change gaming forever.
The first piece of the puzzle was finding someone crazy enough to make controller-free gaming a reality. So enter Alex Kipman, a Brazilian engineer with over 100 patents and a reputation for solving problems most couldn't. The second piece was the hardest. To give you an idea of what tech was like in 2008, the iPhone couldn't even record video, Netflix was still mailing DVDs, and the highest resolution on YouTube was 720p. And Xbox wanted to build a camera that could see in 3D, track 4 people at the same time, recognize faces, understand speech, and process all of this in real time. So instead of building it themselves, they asked Microsoft to lend them their credit card so they could go shopping. They first bought 3DV systems. Their cameras could map entire rooms in 3D. Then they acquired PrimeSense, originally designed for security systems to detect intruders. They also grabbed patents from a company called Canesta, who had spent years developing sensors for car backup cameras. Now they put all these components together and had their first working prototype, but it filled an entire room and cost $30,000. They obviously made some strategic cuts to the tech to bring it down to size, which seemed incredible from a financial point of view, but would lead to some irreversible damage. Eventually, by summer 2009, they had a model ready to show the world. They just had to sell the world on the idea of controller-free gaming. E3 2009 was their one shot to prove that controller-free gaming wasn't just a gimmick. So Xbox went all out and brought Steven Spielberg to introduce the future. Players painted with their hands, a family fought using their bodies, Project Milo, an artificially intelligent child who could see you, hear you, and understand you. And of course, Star Wars. The audience was stunned. Microsoft had just sold everyone on the idea of controller-free gaming, while PlayStation and Nintendo stuck to physical motion controls. To drive everything home, Xbox committed the most amount of money to the marketing of a single product than any other company in the world at the time. The first iPhone, one of the most impactful inventions of all time, spent $200 million on marketing. The PS3, a flagship product, spent $400. The Xbox Kinect, an accessory, spent $500 million on marketing. It had Cirque du Soleil performances in Times Square, Oprah Winfrey giving away Xboxes, Burger King partnerships promising free Kinect bundles. This was all leading to the launch on November 4th, 2010, which was fast approaching. Xbox had spent 3 years and nearly $1 billion on their team, prototypes, and marketing to push their revolutionary weapon that would defeat Nintendo, Sony, and Apple, and even prove that Xbox will always push gaming forward. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, Connect. It was a disaster. It was a train wreck. Its promise fell so far short.
Now, the Kinect was a commercial hit, selling around 100,000 units in the first 24 hours. But the first problem hit people the moment they got home from the store. Gamers came to find out that you needed about 9 to 12 feet for optimal play, and most families just didn't have the space, especially if they had furniture in the way. The facial recognition also failed in low-light conditions used in living rooms at night. But even if you had the space and lighting, Xbox had already sabotaged their own product a couple months before launch. They made a last-minute decision to detune the internal processor that was supposed to handle all the complex skeletal tracking and body recognition that was showcased at E3 2009, all to reduce costs, which forced the Kinect to leech power from the 360 CPU, resulting in an annoying and noticeable 267 milliseconds of input lag. To put that into perspective, the wireless controllers at the time only had about 15 milliseconds of lag. By 2011, the game library told the whole story. Project Milo, the AI child that had wowed at E3 2009, was quietly cancelled. The Star Wars game that Microsoft kept teasing finally arrived 17 months later as Kinect Star Wars, which was a collection of mini-games that was so far from what was originally marketed. No games also meant that the mobile gaming threat became unstoppable. Smartphones quietly became the world's largest gaming platform. But Xbox's biggest mistake wasn't the technology. In 2013, Don Mattrick made the decision to make the Kinect mandatory for the next generation of Xbox, the Xbox One. To make matters worse, at the time the NSA had just revealed that it was monitoring people through devices, and Xbox wanted to sell you an always-on camera. A year later, Xbox removed the Kinect requirement entirely, and Don Mattrick fled Microsoft in 2013. By 2016, the consoles didn't even have a Kinect port. And on October 25th, 2017, Xbox officially ended Kinect manufacturing, selling a grand total of 35 million units across its lifetime. But this wasn't the end for the Kinect, and I promise this story has a silver lining. Now, the Kinect had temporarily saved Xbox with massive profits, generating over $5 billion in revenue. But forcing it on Xbox One customers caused them to lose to Nintendo and Sony, and their lackluster game library meant that getting attention from iPhone app users was a lost cause. But this wasn't the end for the Kinect. See, back in 2011, Microsoft released official dev kits for the Kinect, and people started using it for things the company would never imagine. It was all because the gaming accessory was only $150 compared to similar equipment that cost tens of thousands. And this wasn't the first time other industries used gaming tech for different purposes, like when the Air Force used over 1,000 PS3s to build a supercomputer. The first place Kinect found its true calling was in hospitals. Kaiser developed Kinect games that could detect early autism symptoms in children. At St. Thomas Hospital in London, surgeons began controlling CT scans and MRIs with hand gestures. Stroke rehab centers used Kinect's motion tracking to help patients relearn basic movement. Xbox also saw how Kinect was being used and later developed the adaptive controller for gamers with disabilities. However, NASA had a different idea. They combined Kinect with Oculus Rift headsets to create an immersive interface for controlling robotic arms. Engineers could now control equipment millions of miles away. Now, the biggest plot twist is probably only a couple feet away from you. In 2013, Apple acquired PrimeSense for $360 million, the company that created the sensor tech inside the original Kinect. The depth sensing technology was used to develop Face ID, first introduced on the iPhone X in 2017. Now, every time you unlock your phone, you're using Kinect technology. Now, the Kinect's DNA lives on everywhere you look, which makes me wonder, in an era of let's play it safe, will we ever see this kind of raw, expensive ambition ever again? Today's Xbox has Game Pass subscriptions, cross-platform gaming, and optional innovations, representing everything Xbox learned from the Kinect disaster. They went from demanding customers adapt to their vision to adapting their vision to what customers actually wanted. Now, Xbox had spent 3 years and $1 billion trying to change how people play games. Instead, they changed how humans interact with technology forever. Sometimes, the biggest failures plant the seeds for the most unexpected victories.
very, very young artist, what I've learned is that the best thing you can do is just fail. Is to really just fall flat on your face. I know the classiest thing would be to downplay the effort that went into this role, but the truth is, I'm really in pursuit of greatness. I know people don't usually talk like that, but I want to be one of the greats. I'm inspired by the greats. I'm inspired by the greats here tonight. I'm as inspired by Daniel Day-Lewis, Marlon Brando, and Viola Davis as I am by Michael Jordan, Michael Phelps, and I want to be up there. I don't want to shy away from that pride. I know pride's like a deadly sin and all that, but I'm just so proud of the work I've been able to put in.
I give 170% in everything. I'm doing no but there. I'm giving it my all. Something like the Dylan Project, these aren't watered down experiences. I'm going Daniel Day-Lewis on all of them. I'm not saying in process, but I'm saying level of commitment. And I don't know, man. It sounds like I'm desperate saying that or something. But
it sounds like you're a professional and you want it to be the best it can possibly be.
Yeah, and increasingly, I don't want to shy away from saying that.
This is like a movie about sacrifice in pursuit of a dream.
How do you then? Well, I live with the confidence that I believe in myself, the money will follow.
And something I can relate to deeply, and we live in a bleak time, especially for young people. So this film is an antidote to that. And to continue to believe in yourself, to continue to dream big, and to follow your dreams and not take no for an answer.
And what do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out?
It doesn't even enter my consciousness. The assertiveness, the confidence. Sometimes you gotta call things as it is, as they are, and not tiptoe. Especially as you get older. I'm about to be 30. I want to look back on my interviews when I'm fried and mentally anguished in my 60s, and look back at my interviews in my late 20s and go, man, I was really speaking the truth, not afraid of the truth. Like, this is probably my best performance, you know? And then it's been like 7-8 years that I feel like I've been in really, really committed, top of the line performances. And it's important to say it out loud because the discipline and the work ethic I'm bringing to these things, I don't want people to take for granted. I don't want to take for granted. This is really top level shit. The gift of my life, the gratitude exercise I live every morning is to go, wow, for some reason, I know actors, I came up with actors I came up with more talented than me that haven't gotten an opportunity to work. I'm getting the opportunity to work. Why not go 10,000% hard? Find your superpower and stick with it. No one's going to incentivize you in life to figure out what your superpower is. That doesn't mean that anybody's a villain. It just means they couldn't know how to unlock what your inner superpower is. All of a sudden, I sound like a self-help person, but I don't know. I feel like you just have to find it for yourself. Find the opportunity to do reps, to do laps, you know, to get the work out of it. And that's theater. There's got to be something out there because I feel it. Again, what's your reason of being? Sometimes your reason of being is just your reason of being. They just got something to say. It matters sometimes less what you have to say, more your need to say it. I was put on the sort of traditional American academic path, you know, and didn't know why. It was very peculiar to me that I was paying money to be somewhere I didn't want to be. You know, it was around when I was 18 or 19. I had enough momentum with my acting stuff. I thought, okay, sort of now or never. And this is not prescriptive. Whatever works for anyone works. But I felt like if I had a plan B or felt working towards plan B, my plan A would be ruined. Because I've been doing it on and off for years, you know. To be the master of your fate, to be the captain of your soul, you have to realize that light is coming from you, not at you. And that takes time. I think when you're growing up, you always feel out of your body, looking in the mirror to confirm your identity, or to shred your identity, or to hate yourself. And, you know, I think that's probably the most challenging period in life when you're truly a fish out of water. But the brilliance in that, too, is then you can kind of search for your identity, search for feel grounded, find good people in your life, those non-toxic ass people. The world is your oyster and everything's a learning experience. I think I was talking about that with a good actor friend the other day. How like getting to audition is an opportunity to get in front of people and practice your craft, or at the very least, even if you're in a bad headspace or something, an opportunity to learn how to act in a bad headspace or to be in a pressure cooker environment. So that experience is the greatest teacher, I guess. But you respect what you do. Yeah, because you got to. What's the point? I talk about this with friends a lot. Like, this is too weird a lifestyle to be. Yeah, why do this if you're not going to go as hard as possible? These are long ass days. You know what I mean? These are 14-hour days, 6 days a week sometimes. Or, you know, 3 months. Look, I know people got it way harder, but
honest working man. Anyway, maybe I should say that. Your active rebellion, your music, your art, whatever it be, it's as much about what you're doing as it is about the response to the Coliseum. That is to say, think of like something you like, you see online, or you dislike online. What is the first thing we do is we like look at the comments, we see like what the public, what the Coliseum's reaction is. So it's different, you know. Think about it, right? Like if you're scrolling or whatever, if something affects you so much, you want to see what those, right? Bob Dylan once said they can kill you with kindness too, and I think it's an important thing to look at, because God forbid you get the Coliseum's approval. What incentive is there to change, you know? But then, did you get into a really wacky line of life and work to treat it like a routine, you know? Because then you showed us the weirdest day job ever, no matter how much you get paid or what acclaim comes. You have nothing to lose, absolutely nothing, and you have everything to gain. So if anything, if you get rejected, you don't even get an honorable mention or any of that crap. That's more juice for your art. That's more inspiration. You know, it's awesome to be on a great TV show and all this stuff. The best is like when I get up in front of class like today and, you know, do a monologue or something that kind of just falls flat and nobody really gets, and it comes.